Hello, we are live. So I'm just gonna do my uh, getting ready stuff, aka sharing stuff on Instagram and sharing it on Discord. So let me actually play the oops, let me play the ambience so it's not like silent while I do this. How is everybody? Let me know in the chat. I'm just gonna share stuff on Instagram right now. Just sharing that I'm live. Ooh, we have a couple of people in already. Are you going to be reading with me today or doing something else? Let me know in the chat. How do I do this again? I haven't done a solo live in a while, so I'm sort of forgetting what I usually do when I go live. Also, I am trying out my microphone. Well, this is a mic that I've already had before, but I kind of just stopped using it just because I was too lazy to set it up when I moved my desk. But I suppose, hopefully the audio is better. Let me know. I have the mic in here. This is my mic. I have it a little bit far away from me, so it's not blocking um, the screen. But do let me know if the audio is okay, if it's passable. Trying to like multitask while doing this and it's not working. Let me just focus on this one. Where reading things. She is in the house. I got the house. Okay, that's shared on Instagram. Hello. Hi. How are you? Welcome to the sprints. I think this is like the second time I've seen you in the sprints. It's been a while. So, how have you been? What are you reading if you're reading with us today? Now I have to share on Discord. Okay. So many things you have to do when you go on live. Doing reading, Clockwork Angel, and my reading sprints now. If you want to join, okay, let me just share that. Hold on. Reading sprints. Oh my gosh! I'm reading Clockwork Angel. I think this is the first time that someone joining the series Read Along Sprints is actually reading the book that I'm also reading. So it's a very exciting moment for me right now. I may look distracted just because I'm trying to share this on Discord, but I'm very excited. This is the fourth Cassandra Clare book that I'm reading. So initially, I read what's it called? The City of Bones, Mortal Instruments. I read the Mortal Instruments series was it last year? I don't remember. It's kind of a blur. But I read that, and honestly, I did not enjoy the writing style. I thought it was quite um, boring, in my opinion. I didn't like it that much, but I do see, like, I can envision the world. So, world building wise, I enjoyed it. Like, I really had a good sense of what things are and the lore and stuff. So, I was kind of like not sure going into the Infernal Devices what I should expect because I know that this is, or at least I've heard that this is everyone's sort of favorite uh, series, or like, yeah, series from within the Shadowhunters universe. So I kind of have high-ish expectations on this one compared to the Mortal Instruments, like the first half of the Mortal Instruments. So yeah, those are my initial thoughts on this one. Let me actually pause the like the ambience music because I'm done sharing on Discord, so I can actually chat with everyone. Hello, is this Esmirai? Esmirai? Let me know if I'm mentioning like I'm pronouncing that right, or let me know how you want to be called. I have the book on my book wish list. I actually also I have the last, is it the last hours, the chain of whatever series. I have that on my wish list, but I bought this one during my birthday sort of um book haul, birthday book haul, book shopping thing. Like every year, I try to gift myself a little bit of like book shopping money on my birthday, and I got this one, the entire box set for this trilogy, just because I just wanted to read it. I had major FOMO. I'm not gonna lie, it was FOMO that spurred this decision to buy the books. Usually, I would just borrow it, like you read it via ebook, just because I'm not quite sure if I'm gonna like it, but I actually do like these covers. I initially wanted the hardcovers, but the illustration on those were not my style, honestly. It's been a while since I last read the book, so it's time for a reread. Okay, so do you think is this one of your favorites from the Shadowhunters series? I'm not sure if you've read everything, but do you think this is like um a top book for you within that series? Because that seems to be what everyone thinks. Yeah, this series is so much better, I think. Well, that is a relief because I was worried. The first three books honestly were so boring to read for me. If it wasn't for the I watched the Mortal Instruments movie, the first one that came out, not the series. Oh, yeah, the movie that came out. I watched that. So I just had Jamie Campbell Bower in my head, and what's the name of Simon, the actor for Simon? Anyway, just had them in my head. Paul Sheehan, something Sheehan. I forget. I just had them in my head while I was reading the Mortal Instrument, so it made everything better. But if it wasn't for that, it would have been really hard to get into the book. Yeah, you got it. Well, I'm glad. Esmer. What did I say? Did I say Esmerai? Esmerai? Wait, I'm gonna go back to what I said later. But yeah, so the plan is if you're new to this series read along sprints, what I do is I essentially pick a series that I've been wanting to read, and preferably one that is on my physical TBR, and I just read those books until I finish the entire series. So the first trilogy that I read was Once Upon a Broken Heart trilogy. So I finished that I think 2 or 3 weeks ago. Then I took a break from the series Real Space. It was really fun because I managed to finish that book. I would be reading half of this book. So I'm gonna do sprints. Like I'm just gonna keep doing 45-minute sprints until I get to half of the book, which is by my count is around page 247 or the end of chapter 10. So that's what I'm gonna be reading today. So for those who are reading with me, aka Kobe, reading the same book with me, you could also do that, like stop at the halfway point, up to you. Or you could keep reading, of course. But yeah, I also have on Storygraph, if you are using Storygraph, which I love, I created a read along, like a series read along on Storygraph where we could actually share our thoughts. Let me just show that. How do I do that again? Share. Yeah. Share this tab instead. There you go. And then I'm gonna get out of the way. So I have this one. This is a series read along on Storygraph. So once you join this, you could I did not create the forums. I am so rusty. Let me just do that. Chapter 1 to 10. Though this is live. Target date is just like end of the month. That is the plan. Create. Okay, so I will just put in any comments that you have while you're reading it under the chapter 1 to 10 forum. And then obviously if there's like some major spoilers, you could like use the spoiler tag for it and just just have it where you say, "Oh, this is chapter 9 spoilers," and then do the spoiler tag, and then leave your thoughts and feelings. Because I love actually reading people's reactions. It's kind of like when I text my friends where, "Oh, I'm reading this book and blah 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 blah," because I know they've read it or they're reading it too. I just love that. So I kind of wanted that feeling for the series read along sprints. So the link is in the description box for this read along if you wanted to join. I believe you do need to have a Storygraph account to comment. So if you have one, you could join the series read along. So that is what we're doing. We're gonna be, oh no, not this one. This one. There you go. We're gonna be doing 45-minute sprints, and then I'm gonna take a break for about 10 or so minutes, depending on how chatty we are. But yeah, that is the plan for today. Now, for those who aren't reading Clockwork Angel with me, what are you going to be reading or what are you going to be doing? Let us know in the chat as we head into our first sprint. It's only one I've read so far. I wanted to read the series after Mortal Instruments, but I haven't read the Mortal Instruments, so I haven't bought the books when it was released. Ah, that makes sense. Yeah. So I guess you started off. You're kind of reading it chronologically because when I saw reading lists or like reading order suggestions, this is the first book like timeline wise. So some people prefer to start reading from this book, but then the publication order is like the Mortal Instruments first. Yeah. I don't know what the proper way to read it yet because obviously I haven't read it. But everyone seems to be like, split on how to read it. I'm just following sort of the publication order as of now. But yeah. So that is the plan for today. I'm going to be reading Clockwork Angel. I'm going to set up the first reading sprint. I'm going to do 45 minutes and I shall see you then. Happy reading, everyone. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. How was the first reading sprint for you? If you were reading, how far along did you get into your book? So I started Clockwork Angel. I made it to just page 38. Not as much as I thought I would read, but I did have to load my washing machine. So I'm doing laundry right now, so I had to load the dryer and then load the washer. Very boring stuff, but um that that I did that. So I didn't get to read as much, but I am pleasantly surprised that so far at 38 pages in, the writing style is so much better. It is so much better than the Mortal Instruments. I could really tell that this one has a bit more less like clunkiness to it, if that makes any sense. The Mortal Instruments, or at least the first three books, like City of Angels, Bones, that first City of Bones, City of Glass, City of Angels. I'm forgetting, but anyway, oh, it's in here. Bones, Ashes, Ashes, not Glass. Okay. So when I read those books, I was immediately caught off guard by how kind of outdated the writing feels. I mean, obviously, writing in itself can be outdated if it's like set in an older time period, but that one, it felt outdated in a sense that it very intensely felt that it was written in the early 2000s. And I think she had such a huge improvement when writing Clockwork Angel, because so far I'm really enjoying the writing style. It seems perfect amount of like description and like the inner thoughts of the characters. So we have met three characters so far that I think are the main characters, like Will, Jem, and Tessa. So not much information yet about those three, just a little bit, but yeah, I'm really enjoying it. So I have kind of like better expectations now on this book. How about you guys? How was that sprint? Hi, Kat. Still on my way home, but I'll be starting a fantasy book titled Hell with Us by Andrew Joseph White. I have not heard of that, so let me look that up in Storygraph. Hell with You. I like the title. Andrew. Wait, why can't I find it? Hell with You, Andrew Joseph White. Oh, Hell Followed with Us? Is that the book? Andrew, let me just search the author. Joseph White. Hell Followed with Us. Is that the book that you're talking about? I'm not sure. Um, Written in 2022, dystopian. Ooh, it has high ratings from people I follow on Storygraph. Debut novel from Andrew Joseph White about embracing the monster within and unleashing its power against oppressors. Perfect for fans of Gideon the Ninth and Annihilation. I liked Annihilation. Beauty in the Night I haven't read, but I've heard so many good things about it. So I'm gonna add this to my TBR as per usual. That's what always happens in this sprints. I always add so many books in my TBR. I'm on 24. I take notes in between because that's fair. If I were annotating this, I would probably take much longer. Usually my pace is one page per minute, but this edition that I have, it has pretty large text. Like if you can see that, very large text. So I suspect if I'm actually just reading the entire 45 minutes that I could get with like a page and a half or 2 pages per minute just because of the formatting of the book itself. But yeah, it's fine. It doesn't really matter. I'm just I think we're gonna go for like 4 sprints this time around. When I did Once Upon a Broken Heart, I usually ended after 3 sprints because I met the page count, which reminds me I need to update the page count. So I'm at page 38. Let's update that in here. 38. That it's interesting, the writing style. I remember having hard time processing the words when I was in high school, but it's quite easier to get into now. Yeah, it's really interesting how um things that were kind of harder to read and when you were younger, even not just like way younger, like in high school, but even just a year from now, reading books a year from now versus reading them now, I find that I'm having a much easier time getting into the books and understanding everything without having to look things up. And I guess that's really, just us learning, humans learning new words, new writing styles, and it makes things so much easier. But yeah, really also some things that were mentioned here, I remember from the Mortal Instruments series. So there's kind of that callback to the different places or names that I knew from the Mortal Instruments series. So it's kind of fun having that. And I also really I really like the map that they have in the front, where you have the city map in here, and then you have kind of like landmarks. Kind of feels like an old school tourist map, where you have like zoomed in photos of the landmarks and then where they are in the map. I really like that. I love maps in books. And if there's a map in book, you bet that I would reference it. When a place is mentioned, I try to see in the map if it's anywhere near there, because I just love knowing geographically where I am in the setting of the world, especially if it's like a fantasy world where obviously I would have no idea about stuff. So, yeah, really enjoyed that. Also, have to remember they have accents. Yeah, I reckon it would be nice to also listen to this via audiobook. Actually, let me just check. Let me check the sample, or let me check if I can get the audiobook. Because yeah, obviously British accent. Always love a good British accent. Let me just see. Clockwork Angel. If I could get the audiobook for this. If I can type without typos. Ooh, it is available. Let me play a sample and see if we like it. It's read by, oh, it seems like it's only one author. Hmm. Let me just forward. Rules under Elka Club. Oh, I have to do normal speed. Prologue. London, April 1878. Ah, so the audiobook I think is read by an American? I'm not quite sure. But it's also only read by one person, so it's not gonna have like multiple casts. I don't know if there's like additions to audiobooks, but yeah, it doesn't seem like we were gonna have a British accent in the audiobook. No maps in the first edition. Oh, okay. I really like maps, so that's good that I got this edition instead. So this is just the box set paperback edition. But the printing is not that great. I mean, I kind of expected it. It's very faint. Like the map is so beautifully illustrated, but the details, like the printing, is very like splotchy. So it's kind of hard sometimes to see what you're looking at, unless it's like this, where I'm literally having it. It's literally facing my light, so it's very clear. But when you're actually looking at it, it's a bit difficult. Yeah, but I like it. I really like maps. Okay, with that, we can move on to our next reading sprint. Again, I'm gonna do another set of 45 minutes. Um, Hopefully you can get a lot of reading done this time. 45 minutes. Also, by the way, in this ambience that I have, this Victorian era ambience, I was slightly scared when the hooves of the horses were sounding, because they had it where it's like spatial. It feels like the horse is like getting closer and closer and closer. I'm not sure if you heard that, but I kind of had to look at my screen like what is going on, and I remembered that I have this Victorian era ambience. But yeah, I'm gonna play that now. Start the 45-minute clock, and I'll see you after that. Happy reading, everyone. Hello again, everyone. How was that reading sprint? I think it went by, it felt like it went by a lot faster than the first one. Oops, let me edit this. Hmm. I made it to page 78. So, how many did I read? Around 40? Around 40 pages. Let me update the tracker. 78. And so far, I am enjoying it. It is moving quite fast, plot wise, and I actually like that for these kinds of books. There's so much world building. I'm trying to remember everything from when I first read The Mortal Instruments. I think I remember most of it. But yeah, so far, pretty good. I'm really enjoying the sarcastic tone that some of the characters have, especially Will Herondale. So really enjoying the character so far, and I'm very curious about this whole plot that they're this whole mystery that they're trying to solve. And yeah, so far I'm doing good. How about you guys? Um, Hi Elena, welcome back to the sprints. Good morning to you. Finished my two books yesterday. Wow, what were you reading? And did you like any of them? Would you recommend any of the books that you read yesterday? And are you gonna be reading with us today? We're gonna be reading until page 247 or the end of chapter 10 of Clockwork Angel. I'm not sure if you mentioned before if you've read this book already. Yeah, 247. So we're doing good. I think it would take a couple more sprints. Let's see if how many sprints estimated. So 78, let's say if I read 45 pages. Oh, we're gonna take like three more sprints, I think. So total of five sprints today. Might be. Yeah, really enjoying it so far. And I did notice that the characters, the main, well, I haven't really met James Carstairs much, but so far the characters are quite like the characteristics and personality of the main characters here are quite similar to the main characters in the Mortal Instruments, except that Clary, I really hated Clary from Mortal Instruments. Was that her name? Clara? Clary. I think it's Clary. I really did not like her from Mortal Instruments. She was very annoying to me, and the decisions that she was making was always like stupid. Like I couldn't get behind any of the decisions that she was making in that book. But so far, Tessa's been quite level-headed. She seems to um, make better decisions than Carrie did in the Mortal Instruments series. So that's much better for me. But the other two, you have like a guy that is, I would say that he feels like a lighter version of Jace from the Mortal Instruments. Like he has that sarcasm, but he's more on the funny side than the emo, moody side that Jace is. But yeah, but he kind of feels like him in a sense. And then I haven't met James much. And then you have Jessamine, who is this very sassy, I guess quite vain girl. And kind of reminds me of who's the sister? The sister of, I'm forgetting the names from the Mortal Instruments, but you know how there's Jace, Carrie, and then who's the other guy? Like Jace's Parabatay. And then her sister, who's quite like badass. Kind of reminds me of her. So there's kind of like those parallelisms between the other set of characters. Just about to finish chapter two. So what was the end of chapter two? I just started chapter four. Ah, okay. So that's chapter two. I wonder if it's because of the time period. Maybe that's why. I really like the time period though. I mean, I don't know much about Victorian era. Like I don't really know the different eras. I just know obviously the aesthetic of Victorian era London. So it's quite interesting to read about it in the book. Alec, yes, I think Alec is the name. And then didn't he have a sister who's kind of like badass, if I'm not mistaken? But yeah, so far so good. I'm really enjoying it much more than I did when I was reading Mortal Instruments. I was really bored with that book. Like I remember reading the first couple of chapters and thinking like I was falling asleep while reading the Mortal Instruments, but so far this one has kept my attention. I am gonna go through the third reading sprint because we have a lot of pages to read today. And I'll see you again in 45 minutes. I also have to switch up my laundry thing again. I just heard that my dryer is done. See you again in 45 minutes. I'll be reading again.
Hello again. How was the reading sprint? I made it to page 118. Let me update my tracker. 118. So we have how many pages left? We have 129 pages left to read tonight. Hi, Kat. Welcome back. I missed two sprints because I had dinner pa. But anyway, I'll probably be continuing with my current read instead of starting a fantasy. That's fair. I have so many in my currently reading right now that I really need to start finishing books. I'm reading Face Shield Nation by Gideon Lasco. Yes, I'm still not done with it. Currently, three-fourths of the book. Isn't this one the short story collection of like pandemic stories? I mean, if it's a short story, I kind of get why it would take you longer to read because sometimes I feel like with short story collections, I read one short story and then I feel that it's done, and then I go back to it again and read another. If I'm not mistaken, I think I remember you saying that it was like a short story collection. How was it though? How are you finding and what did you say? Face Shield Nation. Hi, Ipu. Let me know how you want your name pronounced or how you want to be called. Wondered, welcome to Dong Bookshop. Wow, a lot of people have been reading this recently. Just in the sprints that I do with Pam from Pam Shenanigans, we had three people, I think, reading that in the last month or so. Just kind of interesting. Is it like, are you finding it? How far along are you, and how are you finding it? Because it's quite popular right now, or at least I've been seeing it a lot. Actually, an essay collection, but yep, it's about the pandemic. Yeah. With essay collections, like similar to short stories, I feel like once you've read one, it's so easy to put the book down because it feels like a complete thought, like a complete story already. So I would get why, like usually with essay collections or short story collections, I tend to read them over a long period of time as well because I would read one every so often and until I finish it. Like I don't find the urge to just binge read an essay collection. Um, if that makes any sense. So my thoughts so far. Oh, I forgot to zoom in my face as if we need really to zoom in. But in order for me to be able to talk to you properly, my thoughts so far on the Clockwork Angel, I like it. I really like it so far. The We've met Jem Carstairs a little bit more, learned a little bit more about him. And I like the pace so far. I don't feel completely bored by the amount. I feel like it has a good balance of uh wandering around, like Tessa wandering around the institute and learning new things, and her discovering the Shadow Hunter world at the same time, like the plot progressing, like the main overarching plot of her brother and this thing that she has, this skill that she has, trying to figure out why she has a skill and what people want from her because of that skill. That overarching plot, I feel like we're progressing steadily towards it, and there are a couple of parts in the story here and there that sort of progress that plot. So it's not like I feel like it's progressing. I feel like I've said progress so many times now, but I feel like the plot is moving forward quite at a good pace, which I'm enjoying a lot. So yeah, I'm having a lot of fun, and I'm happy that I like this one because I was really worried. Just remembering the Mortal Instruments and how much I was so bored by it, I was really worried, but it seems like everyone liking this book makes sense now. I'm 40% in, and it's really good. Would recommend. Oh, okay. Then I'm probably gonna add it. Well, it's already in my TBR, but I might like move it up a bit. And I know that it's not that long, so it would be great for like quick reading. I read about 10 pages in the last 20 minutes when I came in. It's interesting, but there are some essays that I don't really resonate with. But Laska is such a good writer. Yeah, that's fair enough with essay collections, which is also why I find it hard to rate essay or short story collections because, or even like Junji Ito. I started reading Junji Ito, and she has like short stories within her books. within his books, and I find it hard to rate the book as a whole because sometimes I would like one story so much and then not the other one. So I'm not sure if I should just be averaging, like rating each individual story and then averaging that. But I kind of feel like that's unfair to the good stories that I read, but at the same time, they're in a collection. So I don't know. That's just something that I find difficult when rating short story, like any collections or like anthologies. My due for review of the arc is on Fridays. I need to finish this. Well, that makes sense. I actually want to spend November, aside from the like this one where I read it for a specific content on my videos. I want to start going through the books that I received. There is really no commitment for me to write reviews or anything like that, but I still want to be able to read the books. So I want to focus on the books that I receive as like a gift from either the publisher or the author themselves. And I also have a couple of NetGalley arcs that I received because I'm planning this video where I just essentially try out NetGalley for the first time. I mean, I have read from NetGalley before, but it was just really one book and I didn't really um explore NetGalley, if you will. So this time I wanted to read a bunch of NetGalley books and start writing reviews because my ratio on NetGalley is so bad. I can't remember much about Clockwork Angel. I've read it around March 2020 during a trip to Boracay in terms of pandemic, so my memories were hazy. Well, that's fair. I feel like this, for me, isn't really a beach trip kind of book. Like I wouldn't bring this book to read on a beach trip because I feel like it doesn't match the vibe. Like the book itself has a bunch of like the stereotypical gray London where it's like raining, very grimy and very dirty, very industrial. And obviously set in the Victorian era. So it doesn't really match with like beach trips. I feel like this is not that book for that. So I wouldn't pick it up, like I wouldn't read it even if I brought it, or like you, I would probably forget some details just because it doesn't match my reality. And it's funny how that happens, where like reading books in certain settings just makes it a lot better. For some reason, for me, fantasy books are like cozy day kind of books for me. Like I love reading fantasy books when it's raining, when it's kind of dark and gloomy outside. But then for beach trips, obviously you have like the romances and mystery. For some reason, I like reading mystery on beach trips. I think it's just because there's this it's fast paced and I could just read a lot of it without having to think too much. Like with fantasy, you kind of have to remember a lot of details in your head, but with romance and mystery, not so much. So yeah. I remember liking it. Oh yeah, that is the common thing that I've heard from a lot of people. Liking this one the most out of all of her Shadow Hunters books, which is a lot of books. So that says a lot about this trilogy. And I actually read the foreword that she wrote here. I'm not sure if this was in the edition that you read, and I really like how she got the inspiration for writing this book. Like she was promoting the first Mortal Instruments, City of Bones. She was in London, and then she was standing on this bridge, and just I like how she imagined, like she thought about the bridge and thought about how old the bridge was and how many things that bridge has seen in the past, and that's kind of like why she started thinking about the Victorian era and stuff like that. I have yet to see the bridge in this book. She mentioned in the foreword that the bridge is kind of like an important place within the book. So yeah, I just really like how she shared how she got inspiration for this book. Yeah, so far I'm really enjoying it, and her writing style has improved so much. So true. It's perfect for cozy season. I don't know what I was thinking when I brought it an island trip. Yeah, it really did not much. I mean, Discover is not giving island trip vibes. I'm gonna do sprints until I hit page 247. So, however many sprints it takes, I'm gonna keep reading until I hit that goal. So, it's probably gonna be at least two more sprints. Yeah, it was. It was really interesting. I have to reread my review if I have one for this book to remember it. That's kind of weird. Like Nowadays I want to start writing reviews again because I usually don't write reviews on like Storygraph anymore because I do the reviews on my channel, like on wrap ups. But I do like the feeling of going back to a book that I read in the past and immediately seeing like a written review of it. So I'm starting to like write my reviews again. Basically, I just film my wrap ups and then from whatever I said in the wrap up, I put it into a review. Okay, I'll be here with you. Yay. Maybe I can finish this book tonight. Maybe. To help you with that, let's start our next sprint. Did you like a segue? Reading sprint number 4. Another 45 minutes. We're almost done with our Victorian era. I'm actually gonna pull it back because it's gonna finish during the sprint. I'll bring it back a little bit, and then I'll see you again in 45 minutes. Hello again. How was your reading sprint? I made it to page 164. So I'm going to update my tracker. 164. So I have about like less than 80 pages left. Or 80, I have 83 pages left, I think. How was your book? How are your books? I'm really intrigued by this. Like, I really like the setting and I like how it's part industrial, part Victorian. I kind of was reminded by Stalking Jack the Ripper by Clary Maniscalco. I got to this point where, I mean, obviously I can't say anything because it would be spoilers, but I got to a certain point that reminded me of Stalking Jack the Ripper. So I'm just checking what was the year this was set in. I feel like it's quite similar. Yeah, okay, 1888. So this is set in 1888, and then Clockwork Angel is set in, I think it's 1878. So kind of near enough a decade. So that's probably why I was reminded of it. I haven't done a great job at updating the storygraph read along, so I'm gonna do that in the next sprint. I'm gonna add in some of my thoughts in there, but I have been really enjoying this one. I really like it, and there's a certain, I'm trying to remember with the Mortal Instruments. Um, it was similar in the sense that in the Mortal Instruments, Clary was looking for her mother, right? That was like the main thing. I mean, obviously, she was trying to understand the whole Shadow Hunters thing because she didn't know about it before, but she was looking for her mother. And this in this book, we are looking for Tessa's brother. So that seems to be like another parallel theme in this series. And yeah, I'm just really engrossed by it, and the writing is quite good. It's I love the sarcasm that Will has, and I love the banter between Will, Tessa, and Jem. Although Jem I haven't really met much, but I love all the banter. Like with Will and Jem, between Will and Jem, between Will and Tessa. And then Tessa and Jem haven't really talked too much. I mean they just met, so that makes sense. But yeah, I really like the dialogue so far. Kat has read 20 pages, currently at page 134 of 174. I'm on the last part of the book, and this is ranging from 3.5 to 4 star rate. I think the last part would solidify more. Oh, that makes sense. How do you rate essay collections? Do you rate them as a whole, or do you rate each essay individually and then average it out? I mean, I know that you don't do ratings these days for non-Filipino books, but in general, like, what's your thought process for rating essay collections? Because I'm going back and forth between that. I feel like because they were put into a collection, then I should rate them as a collection. But sometimes I feel kind of bad if I really liked one essay and then I didn't like another one, and then the entire collection I would rate it like lower. But then that one essay is really good that it made me like sort of change my mind. So I'm not quite sure how to go about it. I haven't read much collections or anthologies recently. So wait, is Clockwork Angel has a love triangle trope? Yes. I think that is the main thing that people like. What I heard about Clockwork Angel is that it has like the love triangle here is so good. It's not the type that's in common rom-coms or like romance books where like it's so clear which person you're supposed to root for in terms of the love triangle, but this one it's kind of like you want them all to be happy. So it's kind of hard. But I mean, I get wisps of the potential love triangle, but I like how it's not rushed. It's not super. It's not love at first sight or anything like that. They're not rushing into it, but they're kind of like building the tension as we get to like the latter parts of the book. I don't know if the love triangle is gonna be present in the first book. I'm not sure of that, but that is one thing that everyone seems to really like about this book is the love triangle is done so well. And that's kind of, I haven't read too many love triangles that are done well, where you kind of root for both characters and you just want them both to, I guess, get the girl or something like that. I finished part of How We View Work chapter of the How We View Work chapter. It's so thoughtful. Wait, is that still part of Yunam Dong? Because I'm not sure. Is that like the name of the chapter? But it's interesting that what I remember with Yunam Dong, isn't that the bookstore? Wait, let me actually search for this book. Yeah, bookshop. It's a bookshop. And then I think there's a lot of talk about like, I think there's like reading sprints mentioned in the book as well. Because that's what I remembered. One of the people who joined the sprints before told me that in the book, in Yunam Dong, he was reading that the author inside the book was talking about reading sprints. I used to rate per literary piece in a collection, but if it has so many pieces like Tingle, the Philippines is not a small country or facial nation, I rate it as a whole based on vibe. Yeah, that makes sense. Especially because I feel like if they put it in a collection, I mean that's my assumption that if they put these stories in a collection, they have some sort of like theme going on, or there's some sort of like they work together as a collection. That's my assumption. So it makes sense to rate it as a collection. Like your rating includes how well the collection, like the stories within the collection fit within the theme or within the collection itself. It's kind of like an album, like the songs in the album. Some albums like they really take care of like putting together songs that like fit a vibe, and that's why they put them in an album. So you kind of like rate the album as a whole. Ah, True Love Triangle is such a trippy trope. Yes, it is so difficult to execute. It's so I feel like sometimes authors probably have their own favorites in terms of the characters they create. So it's kind of hard to create two characters that are like on equal footing in terms of equal footing but like different characters. It's so obvious when they're leaning towards like a specific character. So I can't even remember off the top of my head if there's like a love triangle that I've read in the recent years that does the trope so well. I'm trying to think of one. Like I'm looking at my shelves right now to see if there's any that's like very convincing, but I can't think of any. Hmm. This is certainly better than the whole so far. I mean, I haven't gotten to the love triangle yet, but the setup for it is certainly better than say Twilight. Although that is like a fun book and a fun movie, the love triangle is so obvious that you're supposed to that Bella is gonna go for Edward. There's no like doubt about it. Yes, yep, the readings friends. It features a book club where you talk about a book of this topic, not a spoiler. Now that is kind of like meta. I feel like now I have to read Hunam though, bookshop. If the collection has more than 20 plus pieces, I read it as a whole instead of waiting for a piece and averaging it. Yeah, makes sense. Yeah, good analogy with albums. I just base it on vibes or feelings. I think that's like what's tripping me up before. Like as recently as last year, I have this rating criterion where like I input numbers or like a score for each criteria. So I have like character, what was a character I'm forgetting now. It's made by G of Book Bros. It's called Compile, but basically just rate like things, character, writing, plot, intrigue, stuff like that. And then there's like an averaging, and then it converts it to stars. I was very technical about my ratings before, just because I feel like if I rate off of like what I feel, when I look at the books as a whole, I might have rated like a book that I love so much as like 4 stars, and then a book that's was just so so, but maybe at the time I liked it. I thought it was good, the same rating, and it didn't feel right. But then at the same time, when you're reading books, it also matters when you read them, like at what are the circumstances around you as you read the book, because it does change the way that you experience the book. And I feel like the reading experience part is such a big like it's a big factor, contributing factor to how you would rate a book off of your like vibes as opposed to like a criterion. So now this year I'm trying out just rating it off of vibes, like not doing any calculation or whatever. Um, so sometimes I question myself because why are these two books 5 stars? It doesn't feel like they should be on the same scale rating. But then when I look back to when I read that book, and obviously the vlogs helped me sort of remind me of that, I was really having a good time. So it doesn't really matter. Like I'm not a book critic where I assess a book objectively. I'm not. That's not what I'm trying to do here. I'm just trying to rate a book based on how like my own reading experience. So it makes sense for me to rate a book that might not be like technically good, but I had so much fun reading it. The same rating as a book that's like technically good as well. So I don't know. I feel like I'm coming to like I'm being more loose about how I rate books and just considering the fact that I'm not a book critic. That's not what I'm trying to do. Would you recommend Infernal Devices to those who have never read Cassandra Clare and only wants to read this series, aka me? Well, I'm only 164 pages, so take this recommendation with a grain of salt, but I do like it. Like, I think you can read it on its own. Like, you don't have to read the Mortal Instruments to understand all of the world building because they do go into it with this book. I think the only thing that makes it better if you've read the Mortal Instruments is because there's some callbacks. Like, you would recognize some names and you would kind of picture in your head, oh, so this person in this book is the ancestor of another character. But those are just like fun, like Easter egg kind of things. It's not really like it doesn't contribute to the plot at all, especially because this is set is it 100 years or like many years before the Mortal Instrument. So it doesn't um spoil anything if that makes any sense. But yeah, I really like the writing here, and I like so far how the plot is unfolding. It's very quick to read, also very accessible. So I do recommend it so far. 164 pages in. So maybe that will change if you go to the reading sprints next week where I finish this book, and maybe my thoughts will have changed by then. But so far, I would recommend it. Um, I'm not a fan of love triangles, but if you're saying it's not well, again, I haven't gotten to the actual love triangle yet. We're still early stages setting up. But I am liking how it's being set up. I just know that there's a love triangle and that people love the love triangle here, which is rare. Mostly people don't like love triangle tropes because it's mostly not done well in books. But if a lot of people are saying it's good here, so maybe this is the one. I agree. That's also why I'm more so subjective than technical rater reviewer because reading experience is to each his own. Yeah, exactly. I mean, I feel like I was trying to. I think what I realized while I was doing this book tube, you know how we have the wrap ups. Obviously, we give our ratings, we give our reviews, and sometimes people decide whether or not they want to read the book based on what we rate it, based on how what our experience is. But obviously, I feel like that might be unfair to the book because something that I might rate lowly is maybe something that another person would really enjoy. So what I've sort of realized is that the best way to go about it is to rate a book, how you experience it, whether it's low rating or high rating, but also kind of say who you would recommend the book to. Because sometimes there are books that I personally don't like, but I can see someone who's more into those topics would enjoy that book. So I try to remember to say, okay, who would I recommend this book to, whether or not I like it. Like who would like this book is like how I sort of phrase it. And I feel like that's more helpful than just saying, oh, this book is bad, 1 star. Unless the book is like objectively bad, like you can't really think that anyone would like it, then I guess that's fair too. But that's how I sort of try to make my ratings a lot more helpful because I don't want to create a book low and people not read it because of how I rate it, when in fact it's just really because of my own reading taste, I suppose, and my own preference. But obviously, people should be doing their own research, blah blah blah. But then sometimes really with so many books, it's so hard to like do your research in every single one of them. That's why you kind of like turn to reviews. So yeah.
That's kind of like my thought process this year as I'm doing my wrap ups. I agree with you, Cats and Pam. I also base book mostly on feelings. Yeah, honestly, I mean, for me, the experience or like the feelings that I get while reading the book is like the best part of reading. So it makes sense to rate a book based on that. I love that. Also, after the time has passed, I love reminiscing on the experience and feeling while reading that book. Hence, I also love reading blogs. Yeah, I know. I feel like that's also one thing why I kind of want to get into annotating books because I want to remember what I felt when I was first reading the book. I've been doing a lot of reading journal, not like an actual journal, but just on Storygraph, just typing out my in the moment thoughts. And obviously, when I do reading vlogs, I tend to say like what I'm thinking at the moment. And I like that because when I go back to a book, I kind of see, oh, I was in a different like circumstances that time. That's why I thought that way. That's why this part resonated with me more. And I feel like for annotating a book, you would get those notes while you're reading it. You would get it in the margins, and that feels so cool. But at the same time, I can't get over the fact that I don't want to write on my books, not because I don't want to write on it, but because I'm always thinking about like, what if I want to sell this book? What if I don't want to keep it, or what if I don't like it? And then I've written all over it, and people won't want to. Like, it has, I guess, lower resale value in that sense, or I would feel so self conscious of the notes that I've written, so I wouldn't want to sell it. So now I've only like I still haven't written on my books. I did actually on a book that I'm reading, which is Way City. It's a book by a Filipino author. I'm reading it and I'm annotating it, like actually writing on the book, mostly because the author has signed the book and it's personalized to me. So I'm not gonna sell it or anything like that. Even if I regardless of what I rate the book. So I thought, oh, this is a perfect time to try out annotating. So I'm trying it with that book. But all of my other books, I try to have post-its, but I don't like it takes me out if I have to like get a post-it, stick it on there, and then write and stuff. I got those like clear post-its to like highlight on top of it, but it takes me out of the reading process trying to write like get the post-it right on the post-it, wait for it to dry because you have to. Um, so annotating directly on the paper would be best, but I still need to get over that. I feel like maybe if I reread a book that I love, I know I love, like for example, I reread Sorcery of Thorns recently and I love that book. So I thought I should have just highlighted it and stuff because I know that I'm not gonna sell this book. It's very dear to me. So I might as well just, try annotating that. But yeah, that has been my process of trying to get over this annotation thing. I love your reading vlogs. Oh, thank you. I really try to. Like, reading vlogs are so fun to film. They're also fun to edit, but sometimes I forget that I'm in the middle of a reading vlog and then I forget to update the reading vlog. So I'm like, I started this book, and then the next clip, I finished the book because I forget to update. But they're really fun to film, and this might be a little bit embarrassing, but I do go back and watch my own reading vlogs because I'm trying to get information on what I rated a certain book or how I felt about a certain book, and then it's also fun. It's kind of like a time capsule of a moment, and I try to include a little bit of like life things here and there just because I wanted to sort of show that period of time, and it's quite fun to look back at. I do that too. Actually, one of the reasons I stopped giving numerical ratings in 2021 because I don't want to take the book away from the right readers just because I rated low. Yeah, that makes so much sense. Is there a reason why you're only rating Filipino books? When I saw that you mentioned that in the stories, I'm guessing it's because Filipino books don't usually have ratings. Like they have very few ratings on like Goodreads or Storygraph because obviously not a lot of people. It's not like a globally known book. So is that like it sort of like helps them get more ratings, whether like whatever your rating is? Is that what why you're rating them with a numerical number? Highly recommend annotating. I know. I really want to get into it. OMG, yes, annotations. I think annotating has become so therapeutic and nostalgic to me. I think.
what I'm gonna do. So I'm annotating Way City right now. But I think I am gonna actually pull out Sorcerer of Thorns. Where is it? Is there Sorcerer of Thorns? I'm gonna go to my um story graph, pull out my reading journal and the stuff that I quoted in there. I'm gonna like like retroactively highlight the stuff that I highlighted when I first read it and write the thoughts that I put in my story graph just so I can have that feeling of writing on my books, and maybe that's like one step closer to getting over the whole no writing on books thing. I've sold so many books with annotations, but yep, it has lesser resale value. And actually, more than the resale value, because I tend to sell books low anyway. Like, I'm, whenever I unhaul books and sell them, I literally sell them at very cheap rates because I just want them out of the house. I value the space more than the monetary value of the book because I'm just trying to get a little bit of money back. But since I've read the book and stuff, I'm not trying to, like, I guess, profit off of it. It's really just the consciousness. Like, I feel like, what if I wrote something stupid on the thing, or what if I was being very vulnerable on the annotations and then I sell it and then someone will read it? I feel like that's what's holding me back. Oh yeah, yeah, that's true. I agree that annotating slows your progress, but it's nice because I feel like if you're annotating, you're kind of sort of forcing yourself to engage more with the text. So it probably would help more with retention of like the plot and the characters. And obviously, annotation is best when you reread the book and then you see your annotation. That kind of like adds another level to the or another layer to the reading experience. I don't think it's embarrassing to watch your own vlogger content because I do, and this is also why I value my satisfaction when posting content. So I could still go back to every night. Yeah, that makes so much sense. But enough chatting. I think we need to start reading again. But I really like the conversations that we're having here. I feel like this is really one of the best things about like having being part of the book community, because I feel like it's so hard to talk about these things with other people who are not into books. It's hard to like explain these things, but you guys get it. What reading sprint are we in now? Let me just check. Oh, we're in the fifth one. I feel like I need to add a new banner because I don't think I've done five reading sprints. So let me, add a new banner for reading sprint number five. Um, okay, reading sprint number five, add banner. Okay, show. Okay, let's start the fifth reading sprint. This is gonna be another 45 minutes. I'm too lazy to look for another ambience. I'm just gonna start this from the very beginning, and I feel like it fits with Clockwork Angels 5. So I'm just gonna keep using this. 45 minutes. Happy reading. Hello, welcome back to the sprints. How was the fifth one? I made it to page 208, so almost there. Definitely gonna finish that in the next sprint. So the next sprint will be the final sprint, and it should be because it's 11:49 p.m. in here. Let's see. Um, so hi Pam, hello. I'm not sure if you're still here, but thanks for dropping by. Yes, it's a good spread so far. Really enjoying the book that I'm reading. So on that, um, I I feel like I've been saying the same things, but I'm really enjoying it, and we're discovering a little bit more about the characters, the backstories of the characters themselves, and kind of like the dynamics between the different pairings, and it's really interesting. And also, um, when I'm reading all of the stuff here, like for example, Henry, which is the one of the heads of the institute, he's kind of like an inventor. Like he likes playing around with mechanical parts and stuff. And I think he was the one who invented the sensor that was used by the Mortal Instruments people, like the one where it's kind of like a metal detector, but it detects demon. Where they like point it at place it, it like beeps when there's like a demon nearby. So it feels like I think he invented it, if I'm not mistaken, like if I'm remembering it correctly. So it's kind of cool that we kind of see the origins of the things that they're using 100 or so years later, like it originated from the people in this world. So it's kind of fun to read, especially if you're like a big fan, I suppose, of the series. Like you would remember all of the details, like the people mentioned here, like the Lightwoods, the um, there was Magnus Bane was mentioned here, and obviously Magnus Bane is a warlock, and I believe he lives like a long life, like warlocks live a long life. So the same Magnus Bane in here is the same one that's gonna be in the Moral Instruments. It's so fun in that sense. Hello, Nora likes dogs. Can I call you Nora? Are you gonna be reading with us? We do have one more reading sprint left, because we're reading until I get to page 247 of the clock of what Clockwork Angel, which is kind of like the halfway point of the book. It's the end of chapter 10. Hi, Lunatia. How are you? Are you going to be reading with us today, or are you headed into work? Possibly. I'm not quite sure. What time is it for you? Probably like middle of the day. I don't know. But yeah, are you going to be reading with us or not? Let us know in the chat. So I think the next sprint, let me see, how long do I have left? I have about 39, if I can do my maths correctly. All right. I'm like blanking out. Yeah, I have 39 pages left. So I think I'm going to make the next sprint just 30 minutes, only because it's quite late for me here. And um, I am almost done with the book. So yeah, the last sprint is going to be 30 minutes. I'm just going to adjust the time as well. I woke up with a migraine attack today, so I've been sleeping lots on of the day. Oh, that's so bad. But at least you're getting some time to like nap a little bit during the day and hopefully nurse that migraine. I find that when I get kind of like those squeezing kind of headaches, it's usually because I'm dehydrated, like I didn't drink a lot of water, or maybe I drank too much caffeine. So maybe drinking lots of water would help. It's 16:52 here. 16:52 is 4:52. Oh, it's pretty late. I didn't realize that it's like late in the afternoon. Okay, I'm gonna set up for the. I have to add another banner because I haven't ever gotten to reading sprint number 6 before. So I'm gonna set up for reading sprint number 6. We're gonna do it for 30 minutes. 30 minutes. And hopefully by then I would have finished the first half of um I'm blanking. Clockwork Angel. Um, Kat says she's setting out for the night. I reached 156 over 174. Almost done. Um, so thank you for joining us today, Kat. It's really fun chatting with you. Yes, and see you this weekend for another reading sprints with Pam from Pam Shenanigans. I have a type of tryptins that knock me out, so I feel very okay, that's fair. But at least you can hopefully rest, and hopefully after like a day of resting, the migraine will go away. Okay, let's start the next reading sprint. It's gonna be for 30 minutes. I'll see you in half an hour. Happy reading, everyone. Hello again. How was the final reading sprint? For everyone, I actually didn't make it to page 247 because I had to do some things, but I made it to page 240, which is good enough. I'm just gonna read the 7 pages after the sprint because I cannot do another sprint. It's 12:25 in the morning, and my work starts at 7 in the morning, so I really cannot do another sprint. But it has been really fun. We are this far along, almost seven. Actually, I feel like I'm halfway through the book already because I just wanted to end it at a specific chapter. But this book is only until like what page is this? Oh yeah, this is only until page 478. So what is 478? Yeah, I'm already past halfway because halfway is technically 239, but I didn't want to stop in the middle of a chapter. So halfway is after chapter 10. So I did finish it, which is like the halfway point, which is quite good. We're getting into the um like the action heavy part of the plot, which is fun. So very excited to continue this next week. I'm just check through the chat. Hi, hello. Thanks for dropping by. I'm finishing up. That was the last sprint. And it's also pretty late for us. So hopefully you can join the next one, which is gonna be on Sunday with Pam from Pam Shenanigans. It's gonna be on her channel. So make sure to follow her and we'll see you on Sunday. I don't know what I did in this sprint. Well, that's fair. Rest. Rest is what you did in the sprint, I suppose. But yeah, thank you again, everyone, for joining the sprint. I've had a lot of fun reading again. It's been a while since I read this much in a single sitting. But yeah, happy to have done this. And next week, we're going to be finishing the first book of Clockwork Angel. And on Sunday, as I mentioned, we're gonna do another sprint with Pam from Pam Shenanigans. So we will announce on Instagram the once it's confirmed, because it always depends on our schedule. But yeah, that is it for today's reading sprint. Thank you, everyone. I hope you have a good rest of your day, and hopefully, I'll see you next time. Bye bye.